Aster holds a strong historical lead with that 56% head-to-head win rate, but the current momentum is actually with Ignis after taking 2 of their most recent meetings. It will be interesting to see if Aster can use this early lead to shift the tide back in his favor. Ignis is cruising with a 2-1 lead right now. He's looking every bit the favorite coming into this server. The momentum just swung right back. We've got a dead heat here as they head into the 5th. This feels a lot closer than their last couple of bouts. Ignis just edges ahead, leading 3-2. He's staying focused after those dominant displays on the other maps. And now we're all squared up at 3 apiece. Both of these guys have put in a massive shift today. Ignis is really starting to put some pressure on Aster here. It looks like the pre-match favorite is struggling to keep it consistent. Aster holds a clear advantage with a 67% map win rate in this environment. You know, the statistics suggest he should be controlling the pace here. It's a bit worrying for him that Ignis is the one with the momentum right now. Absolutely oppressive. He's now won 4 straight, leaving his opponent in the dust. He manages to get his shot off first to answer back. He needs a solid run here to make up for those earlier losses. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's playing the role of the favorite perfectly here. He'll need to hold this thin margin to close things out. Let's see if Aster can answer. He's refusing to fold, coming out on top in a completely one-sided exchange. The pressure is shifting as we enter the final stretch. Simply incredible. He just completely erased that lead, bringing us back to a dead even score. Ignis clawed back a slim edge, leading 8-7. He's showing a lot of confidence compared to their previous encounters. Ignis is pulling away now with a 2-round cushion. A rough stretch of games for him today. He is showing some serious grit, keeping this fight alive as he claws back closer to a tie. He's showing a lot more resilience than when he faced Zenith. Ignis is firmly in control with a 10-8 lead. He's certainly playing better than he did on fast aim earlier. Ignis is really putting on a show here, looking a step ahead in almost every single exchange. He's completely flipped the script since their last 2 encounters. Another effortless win for Ignis, leaving him just a single frame away from victory. A huge response there, he just clawed back a vital round to stay in the fight. He can't let another series slip away like he did against Hale. Unbelievable finish. He digs deep to secure the final kill and claims the series. He really stepped up when it mattered most, putting a huge dent in that lifetime record. What a fight! Aster holds a 143-112 head-to-head lead over Ignis. But he is coming off a rough patch of losses against this same opponent. We have to see if the confidence from that first round can turn the tide today. He's simply too fast right now, securing a third straight round with ease. He's fighting to shake off those losses from earlier today. He's just completely shut the door on his opponent, taking an absolute stranglehold on the early game. The streak just keeps climbing as he puts up a perfect 5. The high-seeded player is really making a statement here. He's simply untouchable right now, moving toward the perfect half. Total reversal of form considering the 3 straight losses he suffered earlier. This was a desperate slugfest, but he simply outlasts the opponent to keep the perfect run going. A completely different outcome from their earlier meetings today. A gritty exchange here, but Ignis comes out on top to break that momentum. A very quick reminder that these two have been playing an awful lot of games today. Emotion Mid Ignis has been putting up a massive amount of work recently with over 12,000 career matches. I mean, he's really showing that experience by digging himself out of this hole. It will be interesting to see if these consecutive rounds help him close the gap Emotion Mid. What a scramble. He barely survives that chaotic brawl to close the gap before the break. The higher seeded player is still firmly in control of the pace. Aster takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely flipping the script on the favorite right now. He's playing exactly to his 61% map win rate and looks ready to pull off a huge surprise. Let's see how this side switch feels. Ignis claws back one more to make it 8-5. The higher rated side is starting to assert himself here. Aster pushes his lead to 9-5 with that clean win. The gap between these two in the rankings is virtually non-existent. These exchanges are happening so quickly. Both players are reacting instantly right now. It's an interesting contrast to the current scoreline. He keeps the momentum swinging, outplaying his opponent with a completely clean exchange. Absolutely harrowing fight. Both players were nearly empty, but he claws out a victory to keep this rally going. He is completely refusing to let this match slide. Unbelievable. He almost went down with that exchange, but he manages to scrub through with a tiny bit of health left. Emotion Mid Aster is really capitalizing on this momentum, putting Ignis in a tough spot as we head into the final stretch Emotion Mid. A completely effortless trade here for Ignis, showing some real grit to keep this challenge alive. He's remaining incredibly composed, keeping the pressure high as the lead shrinks to a single round. An incredible resurgence. He's completely locked back into this contest to bring the scores level. A total deadlock as we head toward the finish line. Another victory for the man on the container, moving him just one step away from the win. Just an incredible shift in momentum from where we started. What a shot! He just wiped the slate clean and forces a tiebreak. Sliding higher on the ladder, but currently dead even. Ignis was so close to forcing a tie, but that consecutive pair of rounds has shifted everything back to Aster. It's a huge shift from how the last few maps went between them. A huge moment for Ignis, evening things up as he continues this incredible climb. Absolute chaos. Now, we're staring at a complete stalemate. Emotion mid, it's essentially a coin flip at this stage, with every single round feeling like a championship final emotion mid. Good lord, what a fight. He barely escapes with his life to bring this an absolute deadlock at 14-14. Pure nerves right now, neither player is blinking. He just refuses to crack, managing to trade out of that dangerous exchange. A tense atmosphere as the slight favorite edges closer to victory. Boom! He closes it out with a blistering shot to secure the match. He's finally snapped that losing streak against this guy, showing some real mental toughness to close it out. He had to earn every bit of this one. What a series! Ignis comes out strong, securing the early lead with a sharp read from the ramp. Esther is the clear statistical favorite in the head-to-head race, leading the overall series 144 to 112. But he's clearly struggling to translate that historical dominance into points today. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake this early slump. Ignis is just too fast today, shutting down Aster right as he tried to hold the ramp. It's a bit of a reversal from their last map together. Ignis is putting on the pressure at 3-2. He's definitely playing like the higher ranked seed of the two. Ignis extends his lead to 4-2, looking unstoppable. Aster is making it very difficult for Ignis to build any real momentum right now. It's a narrow gap between these two on the ladder. What a scramble! He barely claws his way out of that exchange alive. It's a similar result to their last 3 games together. Ignis just can't be shaken right now, holding that ramp with total ease to move further ahead. He's definitely making the most of his time on the server today. Absolute precision. He's completely taking over the server right now. Ignis denies the high ground again, securing a crushing 4-round run as we approach the break. A tough spot for the favorite to find himself in. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. He's absolutely smashing this half and living up to his status as the favorite. He just seems to have the better read on Aster's positioning right now. Time to swap sides. Aster holds his ground on the ramp this time and gets the quick trade. He certainly got the veteran experience on this specific terrain. Aster is showing a much stronger trend on this particular map with a 67% win rate. Well, it's starting to look like that high percentage is finally paying off. I wonder if he can keep this momentum going and narrow this gap. Ignis is putting an immense amount of pressure on him right now. He's just barely keeping his head above water. Goodness, that was a brawl. He just barely survived with a sliver of health left to reach match point. His composure is unbelievable despite the tiny sliver of health left. He manages to hold the Tetris and secure a vital point. A huge test for his nerves in this match. Boom! A flawless closing shot seals it and Ignis secures the victory. He's just on another level right now, making a huge statement against one of his most consistent rivals. Aster really owns the historical advantage here with a 144 to 113 head-to-head lead. It'll be interesting to see if that lifetime edge can overcome the fact that Ignis has won 3 of their last 5 encounters. He'll want to hold that lead early. Aster is just completely shut down his opponent right now to make it a perfect 3. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, continuing this terrifying run. Ignis finally finds an opening, knocking Aster off the ramp to get back on the board. He's actually had the upper hand in their most recent meetings. Aster is just cruising now with a dominant 5-1 lead. It's a tough stretch for the favorite today with the 2024 record. Aster typically looks a lot stronger here with a 72% win rate on this map. But honestly, he has been struggling to close these sets out lately. It will be a huge test of his composure if Ignis keeps this pressure up. That is 3 straight for Ignis, who is steadily erasing that early deficit. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite right now. Absolutely incredible effort from Ignis to secure the tie, outplaying his rival from the boost. The underdog is looking completely fearless right now. Aster manages to pick him off the ramp to regain a slim lead. Ignis holds the higher spot on the ladder, but that isn't helping him now. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. Both players traded heavy streaks, meaning the favorite hasn't been able to pull away yet. It's a total toss-up as we switch sides. Let's see who blinks first. Aster edges ahead again to hold a narrow 7-6 lead. The two are so close in rating, it's really an even battle. He's digging deep now, bringing this whole thing level at 7-all. Ignis is proving exactly why he belongs in this conversation. A total shutout there, and the momentum is clearly shifting back toward Ignis. He just won't let up, dragging Aster off the ramp for his 3rd straight round victory. The momentum shift is starting to feel permanent. A sharp response from Aster to halt the slide. He's fighting hard to move past those recent struggles against Ignis. Ignis is looking way too comfortable right now, taking a completely unscathed round to extend his lead. He's making it very difficult to pull away, using that high ground on the Tetris to keep things tight. He's fighting back after a tough 6-13 result on red line. Total deadlock at 10-all. We've got a nail-biter. Both of these guys are sitting right in the middle of the ladder. He's showing an incredible amount of grit, clawing back to within just 2 rounds of victory. He looks far more settled than he did in that 13-11 defeat to Vesper. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a handful of health to put himself on match point. Pure heart from him to scrape through that exchange. What a clutch find to keep the dream alive from the ramp. The pressure is clearly on as he looks to equalize this series. Unbelievable. Ignis shuts the door on this series with a stunning comeback victory. He really defied the odds on a map where he usually struggles. Aster fought a hell of a battle today. He had to work for that. Esther holds the lead in their career head-to-head record with 144 wins over Ignis, but he's coming in with a poor run of results recently. It's a tough spot to be in, especially since he's struggled to keep a lead in their last few encounters. Ignis is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. He's fighting to overcome a rough stretch of results today. The momentum has shifted completely. Aster is quickly erasing that early deficit. The higher seeded player is finally showing his quality here. Ignis takes the command now, moving ahead 3-2. The top 20 seed is really flexing that rating difference here. We've got a deadlock here. Aster levels it at 3-3. The gap in the rankings barely exists at this point. These two are trading rounds constantly, keeping this extremely close. This is mirroring their most recent set of encounters. Unbelievable! He almost went down, but Aster claws it back to tie the game up at 4-4. A total toss-up based on how they've been playing today. Ignis manages to pull ahead once more at 5-4. He looks much sharper after those dominant wins on Blame earlier. Aster brings it all back to a 5-all deadlock. Both of these players are deep in the upper half of our ladder. Ignis seems to have the edge in these rapid-fire exchanges today. His current form reflects those recent losses on Blame. We're all squared up at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, Aster has completely shaken off his recent slump and is playing exactly like the map expert he is. He's proving he can go toe-to-toe with the higher seed. Fresh start for both sides. Aster steps up, grabbing a narrow one-round advantage. Looking to shake off the results from those Blame sets. Aster has historically converted a significant percentage of his games on this map, and you can tell that familiarity is paying off. He is effectively neutralizing the raw mechanical skill we've seen from Ignis today. This is a very different look than the matches they played earlier. Absolute chaos now as Aster pulls this back to 8 apiece. His recent success today is definitely starting to show. Aster manages to put a stop to that brief run, keeping himself in the driver's seat. He's proving that his higher win rate on this terrain is a real factor. Total stalemate now with Aster and Ignis tied at 9. Ignis is certainly justifying that top 20 ranking right now. Aster just edges ahead by a single round. A gritty performance considering his struggles earlier today. Aster is really putting on the pressure now, extending his lead as Ignis struggles to find an answer. A huge contrast to how things looked during those Blame sets. He's taking full control of this match, moving within a single round of victory. He's really making the most of his favorite status right now. Ignis refuses to go down easy, scoring a lightning fast kill to keep his hopes alive. What a scramble! Ignis manages to survive that firefight to keep the dream alive. That's 2 in a row for him, putting immense pressure on the lead. What a fight! Aster survives the brawl and secures the victory. That was a huge mental recovery for him, especially after getting crushed in those previous sets today. He really fought for every single point here. What a match! Aster has a massive historical lead over Ignis with a total of 145 wins in their head-to-head history. You know, that kind of dominance usually means he knows exactly how to dismantle this opponent. We'll see if that confidence continues to pay off. Ignis is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Things are looking much smoother for the underdog this time around. He's simply on another level right now, extending his lead with a third consecutive round win. He's completely taken over this match, securing his 4th straight victory without taking any damage. A fierce exchange of fire, but he survives the brawl to extend his run to 5. A surprising turn of events given Aster's historic edge here. Just an absolute wall of a performance, securing a 6th straight round for the leader. Even the map history hasn't helped his cause so far. This is becoming a total rout, a 7th straight round for Ignis. The favorites just aren't seeing their usual results today. Absolutely crushing it. He's just not letting up, putting an 8th straight point on the board. A stark contrast to their recent encounter on Italy. Finally, the streak ends. Aster finds his mark to get back on the board. He's fighting for every single point to keep this contest alive. Aster carries an impressive 73% win rate on this map, but his overall form has been struggling recently with a 40% win rate in his last 10. I wonder if he can actually turn this around or if the momentum is too far gone. We head into the break with Ignis leading 9-3. I mean, he's definitely proving why he was tipped to win this one. That 8th round tier really put a grip on the map. Aster grabs another one, trailing 4-9 now. He's clearly fighting hard to reverse the result from their other meetings today. Aster claws back to 5, but Ignis still looms large. The two of them are deadlocked in the results today. Ignis is putting on a strong show, refusing to let Aster build any real momentum here. The gap between them on the ladder is practically non-existent. That was essentially a blink and you miss it. Ignis is just putting on a clinic right now. An incredibly swift reaction there, leaving him with just one final hurdle to clear. He manages to keep the pressure on and secure another point, preventing a quick collapse. He's definitely feeling the pressure now, despite that pre-game favorite tag. Game over, Ignis secures the final victory to close out the series. It's a rough way to end the set for Aster, especially since he usually owns the odds on this particular map. What a fight! Ignis survives a chaotic exchange by the skin of his teeth to take the opener. Aster clearly knows how to win this specific set of matchups, boasting 145 career wins against Ignis. That's a significant historical gap, but it's a weird contrast to how their most recent series went. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can actually translate that overall lead into a victory today. Ignis is dominating right now, leading 3-1. The higher seed is putting on a real clinic here. A completely effortless follow-up for the man of the hour, who just won't slow down. He's definitely playing the role of the favorite right now. Just an absolute shredding here as he pulls Aster right off the ramp. Sprinting through his matches today with 24 wins already. Unreal, he claws back a victory there in an absolute slugfest that almost went the other way. He's fighting uphill after a rough loss on Aim Orange. He secures another one from the ramp as the momentum starts to shift. He's really starting to tighten his grip on this server. Unbelievable, he manages to scrape through that disaster of a fight to keep his run alive. He's barely hanging on, but that's another win for his column. What a gritty fight! He barely survives that exchange to level the score at 5-all. The resilience on display from him is just staggering. He's simply untouchable from that ramp, moving into the lead with an incredible surge. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly the kind of nail-biter the underdog Aster needs to stay in the game. He's proving why his career win rate on this map is so high. New sides, new opportunities. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that firefight on the ramp, keeping the momentum in his favor. Another skin of the teeth survival for Aster. He's putting on a display of sheer strength, holding that ramp to extended lead. It's looking more and more like the pre-match odds were correct. Aster takes the lead with an 8-7 advantage. Ignis is definitely riding some serious confidence from the last hour. Ignis answers right back and we are deadlocked at 8. He's really capitalizing on that strong form from the last 10 games. He just shuts him down on the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. He just needed to find a way to break that rhythm. A total toss up at this point with neither player able to hold the lead for long. A massive shift in energy from his last encounter on Aim Orange. Ignis holds a slim edge with 10 rounds banked. He's currently outperforming his side of the bracket in this set. He just clears him off the ramp to push this streak to 3. He is taking full control as the higher rated competitor here. Aster delivers a crisp response here, refusing to let his opponent pull away. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get things back on track. A complete shutdown of the opposition and we are now deadlocked at 11 apiece. A complete reset of the board for both competitors. What a surge! He's now just 1 round away from sealing the game after erasing that early deficit. The confidence is radiating off him now. Unbelievable. He fights his way back to a dead heat, forcing this whole thing into overtime. Aster wins this battle from the ramp, continuing an incredible climb back into the set. He's showing the poise expected of the higher ranked player. It is an absolute deadlock here, and both of these players are refusing to blink. He barely survives that brutal exchange from the ramp, clamping down on a critical lead in the extra frames. That's another narrow escape for him in this overtime grind. He weathers a fierce exchange to push his lead even further. He is definitely playing like the stronger seed in this stretch. Absolutely sensational. Aster seals the victory in a stunning recovery to claim the series. Just an incredible way to close out those extra frames. He really lived on the edge to get this done. What a match. Aster has a clear historical advantage with a 56% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. However, that dominance hasn't quite translated into a strong start for him in this specific game. It will be interesting to see if he can lean on those past successes to flip the momentum. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Ignis is really capitalizing on that slight rating edge today. These encounters are becoming lightning fast. Ignis is just ending these rounds in a blink. Ignis pushes the advantage with a commanding 3-2 lead. He's keeping things competitive after that tough 6-13 loss on Orange. Ignis has a real answer for everything Aster throws at him, even when he tries to take the high ground. Aster uses that elevation perfectly to pull this one back, keeping the score tight. His current form has been a bit shakier lately. Aster just completely shut that down, taking the fight right to Ignis on the box to even things up. Ignis is really feeling the pressure of those early losses today. Ignis barely holds the lead at 5-4. Just a slight underdog when we started this one today. Absolute deadlock now, with Aster tying it up at 5 apiece. Two of them are fighting for every single inch right now. Aster is really starting to build some heat here, putting the pressure on Ignis with those 2 quick rounds in a row. Aster takes a 7-5 edge into the break. Honestly, we're seeing the underdog put his map superiority on display early. He's staying steady despite the ranking gap between them. Let's see if Ignis can answer. Aster is really starting to lean into his 65% win rate on this terrain, and he's using that familiarity to dismantle Ignis' defense right now. It feels like the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. The resilience is showing as Ignis secures another one to cut the gap to a single round. He's simply not letting up, taking a third straight to bring this all back to an even 8 each. He's putting on a real show for the crowd now. What a turnaround! He shuts him down off the box to keep this streak rolling. The favorite is really struggling to find any answers here. He is absolutely on fire, extending this run to 5 straight. Ignis is finally proving that his higher rank isn't for nothing. Aster manages to scrap his way through that one to hold the momentum. Just a couple of rating points separate these two on the ladder. Ignis just walked right through that one, keeping his lead and proving he can weather any storm. The momentum is staying with the higher ranked side. We've reached a total stalemate. It is a complete toss-up who takes this home. A surprising shift from that heavy defeat earlier today. The tide is turning completely. Aster is on the roll and looks poised to seize control of the map. A stark contrast to that narrow defeat on Redline. What an unbelievable surge. Aster is now just a single round away from victory. He's really making the most of that predicted edge today. And there it is. Aster closes out the game with a perfect final shot. That was an absolute war of attrition. Both of these guys were trading blows until the very last second. What a fight! Aster has an impressive 67% win rate here, and it's clear he's comfortably in control of this specific territory. He's historically been the better player in this pairing, so we're seeing those habits carry over early on. Ignis needs a big push to close that 2-1 gap. He really is showing his experience with the veteran record. These guys are trading rounds back and forth. It's becoming a real toss-up between them. A really tight set of matches for these two today. Aster's holding a narrow edge at 3-2 right now. He's carrying a bit of confidence from those earlier wins today. Aster is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. He's definitely reflecting that superior head-to-head record right now. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and Ignis just barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. Ignis claws back to leave us completely deadlocked. It's a complete flip from their first map today. He's simply too fast right now, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. Ignis is simply untouchable right now, claiming his 4th straight round with total ease. Aster quickly answers back to keep things tight as we approach the mid-match break. He's definitely showing the form from those recent wins on Redline and Dunes. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's essentially doing exactly what the oddsmakers thought he would. He's just slightly outplaying his opponent right now. Time to see if the momentum shifts. Ignis keeps a slim 1-round advantage over Aster. Both of these guys are fighting deep into their active day. We're back to a stalemate with both at 7. He's clearly proving to be the stronger hand in the overall series. Another clean slate for Aster, extending his run to 3 straight. Ignis comes through with a strong response to level the playing field. Just a few spots difference between these two on the ladder. Ignis is just barely hanging on to a single round lead. He's capitalizing on those recent victories on Orange. And we're locked in a dead heat at 9 apiece. These two are practically mirror images in the rankings right now. Ignis is just blinking and the round is already over. He is reacting incredibly fast right now. Ignis is really starting to pile on the pressure here as he stretches this lead out. Aster makes a great play from the wine area to bring this one right back to a tie. He's managed to keep things within reach after that tough loss on Orange. A lightning fast response there from Ignis, and now he's just a single round away from victory. What a finish! Ignis slams the door shut with a perfect final round. He really dug deep to overcome that historical disadvantage on this map. Both of these guys are playing out of their minds today. What a battle. Aster comes out strong, taking control of the ramp to secure that opening round. Aster is clearly feeling comfortable here, especially since he holds a 56% all-time victory rate over Ignis. It makes sense given how much more success he's had on this map historically. We just have to see if Ignis can shake off this early slump. Ignis is showing some grit here, putting up a fight and narrowing that early gap. The underdog is definitely starting to settle in. Aster is cruising now with a dominant 4-1 lead. The higher seed looks back in control right now. He keeps answering back, refusing to let the lead get out of hand. He's really starting to punish the slower reflexes. Ignis puts on a clinic from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. He's quickly erasing that early deficit. Looking at the rankings, Ignis is actually sitting slightly higher on the ladder than his opponent, so he's definitely got the raw skill to turn this around. The real question is if he can manage his nerves during these high-pressure exchanges. Aster still holds a commanding 2-round cushion. A really tough break for Ignis after coming off that recent win. Ignis keeps the pressure on with another clean shot as we head toward the midway point. He's fighting to keep this a tight race before the break. We've got a deadlock at 6 apiece. I mean, the underdog is proving he can hang with the favorite so far. It looks like Aster's deep familiarity with this map is paying off in a big way. Time to see who blinks first. Aster barely edges ahead to claim the lead again. He's fighting to keep his overall head-to-head lead intact. Absolute precision from Ignis to completely even things up. The momentum has completely shifted back to the underdog. He's completely untouchable right now, securing another point to climb ahead. It's becoming a real battle of nerves out there. We'll be right back with more action from Fast Aim after a very quick pause. And we are back in the action with Ignis holding a slim 1-round lead at 8-7. Ignis just shreds through him from the ramp to keep this surging momentum going. The seed advantage seems to be evaporating right now. Aster manages to trade back around and keep things close. Total parity now. Both players are deadlocked at 9. Both of these guys are really fighting for their lives in the rankings. He's on fire, securing another fast exchange to push his advantage to 10. A lightning fast reaction from Ignis to pull this series completely even. Aster is putting a lot of pressure on him right now, making it very hard for Ignis to find a consistent run. What a fight. He manages to claw back even further, bringing us to a dead heat. Pure adrenaline now as they enter the final stretch. He catches the target on the box and officially moves to match point. He's putting himself in a perfect position to wrap this up. What a finish. Aster shuts it all down with a lightning fast headshot to secure the victory. Just a fraction of a second made the difference there, especially with those blistering reactions we saw today. He really earned that one. Hard-fought win. Aster enters this as the clear historical favorite with a substantial lead in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see him start on the back foot despite those numbers. We'll see if he can actually lean on that experience as the set progresses. He is just outclassing Aster right now, claiming another one to put a serious grip on the early game. He is just completely untouchable, taking a huge 4-round lead into the early stages. Surprisingly, we're seeing the slight favorite completely collapse here. An absolute shutout as he keeps the pace, making it 5 straight. A real contrast to that 13-11 result they just shared on fast aim. He just can't find an answer, securing another win from the ramp to stay perfect. Aster is certainly feeling the pressure despite having a better overall win rate here. Absolutely oppressive, picking him off the ramp once more to extend the lead to 7. It's a massive swing from his 13-11 victory in their last set. He's simply not letting up, dropping another perfect round to reach a huge 8-point lead. It is just an absolute lockdown from the number 21 ranked seed. Finally, he manages to trade a round from the ramp and get his first point on the board. A critical result for someone who had a rough start today. Ignis is just far too quick for him right now, effectively shutting down any attempt at a comeback. It's a total reversal from how their recent series played out. Ignis has been completely in control today, but Aster is starting to push back. He is currently sitting on a 2024 record across his matches today. It's interesting to see how he's fighting to keep this one alive. He needs a serious swing to close the gap. Ignis heads into the break with a comfortable 9-3 lead. Well, he's really validating that favorite status right now. He just has a total grip on this map at the moment. Aster is putting on a surprising run of form, grabbing another round and slowly chipping away at that gap. A gritty battle that went right down to the wire. Ignis still holds a commanding 10-4 advantage. His career win rate is a bit lower, but he's outplaying him here. These rounds are ending in the blink of an eye, and Ignis is just too fast today. Unbelievable! He barely scrapes through that firefight with 15 health left, moving within a single round of victory. Just a total heartstopper of a duel. What a finish! Ignis shuts the door and secures the map with a gritty final fight. He really just wiped the floor with that series, proving that history means nothing once the rounds actually start. Aster holds a substantial overall lead with a 148-117 head-to-head record. But he's clearly struggling to close out these meetings lately. I wonder if the momentum from their most recent maps is starting to get in his head. Aster is firmly in control with that 2-1 lead. Ignis is usually seen as the slight favorite here. Neither player is letting the other gain any ground here. We are completely deadlocked in the early stages. Aster just barely holds on to a 1-round lead. Looking back, Ignis was dominant in their most recent clash on Redline. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that trade with a shred of health left. Both of these guys are fighting right in the middle of the pack. Aster keeps his narrow edge at 4-3 right now. He's definitely taking advantage of his strong history on this layout. Aster currently boasts a 73% win rate on this map. It's a strong statistical cushion that seems to be paying off as he separates himself. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to break that trend before the halftime mark. He's just completely in control right now, marking his 4th consecutive round win. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking another effortless round to really build on this surge. Aster goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, he is completely ignoring the favorite status Ignis carried into today. After that 6-round run, the pressure is firmly on the higher ranked player to respond. Ignis needs a big wake-up call. Aster is just rolling now, moving to a 10-3 lead. His rank is nearly identical to the opponent's, but the gap in form today is huge. Ignis is drowning as Aster pushes to 10-4. That was a lightning-fast response to get back in the game. Aster is putting an incredible amount of pressure on him now, making it almost impossible for Ignis to string together any momentum. These last few rounds have been incredibly fast. We're seeing some genuine lightning-quick exchanges here. Ignis is finally clawing his way back into this, putting together a nice little run to close the gap. He's completely shut down any hope of a quick wrap-up, securing his 3rd straight point. He looks much more confident after that dominant victory on Redline. He's absolutely on fire now, picking up his 4th consecutive point to keep the pressure mounting. He's putting his slightly higher ranking to the test here. Aster puts a stop to that run and is now just 1 point away from the victory. The momentum is completely shifted in his favor now. What a finisher! Aster shuts the door with a perfect final strike to secure the victory. Ignis put up a valiant effort to claw back in there, but he just couldn't find the answer for those aggressive pushes. Esther holds a clear advantage in their lifetime head-to-head record with 149 wins. It's interesting because the betting odds usually lean the other way. We'll see if Ignis can break out of that pattern today. Ignis claws back, and we're deadlocked at 1 apiece. He's definitely finding some confidence after that 13-4 win earlier. Ignis is really cooking, moving ahead to a 2-1 lead. Another flawless exchange for the leader, who is simply putting on a show right now. A sharp turnaround from that 8-13 defeat they just played. Aster responds with a hard-fought trade to keep things tight. Both players are fighting right at the middle of the pack currently. And just like that, Aster pulls us back to a 3-all stalemate. It's a high-pressure situation for both, since they're so close on the ladder. A complete reversal of momentum as Aster secures another win to move ahead. Ignis gets the quicker reaction here, evening things up at 4-all. He's showing a bit more stability than he did in their last meeting. What a scramble! Both players were practically dead, but he managed to squeeze out the win. He's really starting to mirror those results we saw on Redline. He's just taking over now, securing another rapid victory to extend the gap. Aster manages to secure this one, keeping things close as they head toward the intermission. He's not letting the momentum swing too far before the break. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, it's a surprisingly close set considering Ignis was supposed to hold the upper hand here. Aster is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the favorite on this map. Fresh start for both. Aster edges ahead, now leading 7-6. He's putting his Nepper 18 ranking on full display right now. Ignis answers back, bringing the tally to a dead heat. That was a lightning-fast reaction to snap the hold. Unreal, he barely survives with a sliver of health after a frantic trade from the ramp. That was an incredibly tight scramble to get the lead back. Aster has played over 2,000 matches with a high win rate to prove his stability. Well, it's clearly paying off right now as he starts to separate himself in the scoreline. I think Ignis is really feeling the pressure of this losing streak. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He barely claws out a victory after an incredibly grueling slugfest. He's really grinding through his 20th match of the day. Absolute heart stopper. He nearly went down, but managed to secure the kill in a wild shootout. Ignis is really fighting an uphill battle now. He needs a huge spark to get back into this match. He's showing some real grit here, putting up a fight as he narrows the gap to 2. The pressure is mounting for the lower ranked player to keep this alive. Aster secures another round, putting him just 1 step away from victory. Ignis is struggling to put together a real run today. He's refusing to go down without a fight, digging deep to stave off the end. His consistency today reminds me of that narrow 13-11 result against Zunox. And that's it. He shuts the door on this series and secures the map. Ignis really gave him a run for his money today, but those late game nerfs just barely cost him. He had to earn every single round in that one. What a fight! Aster really holds the advantage here with a 67% lifetime win rate. It makes a lot of sense seeing how those odds shifted after their last few head-to-head meetings. Ignis definitely needs to shake things up early to stay in this. He's just untouchable right now, putting up a perfect 3-0 start. The underdog status isn't helping Ignis at all right now. He's simply too fast, securing another rapid victory to widen the gap. The gap in their ratings is starting to show. He's putting on a show, raining down fire from the box to keep the streak alive. It's a tough spot for Ignis, given their loss in that last encounter. Finally, some resistance as Ignis puts an end to that run. It's a welcome swing after those tough losses earlier today. Ignis has a strong 49% win rate on this map. And honestly, it feels like he's finally tapping into that confidence now. He's managed to stop the bleeding and is starting to push back against the favorite. What a fight! He barely claws his way through that engagement to keep the streak going. Absolute nerves of steel to secure a victory with that little health. Unbelievable! He's simply refusing to back down and earns himself a 4th straight victory. Aster bounces back immediately with a fast finish. The higher seed is really starting to exert his will here. Aster reads that movement perfectly and just plucks Ignis right off the box. A tough spot for the rank 23 player to be in. We've got Aster leading 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, he's really capitalizing on that 65% map win rate to keep his lead. Ignis is still very much in this, but he's fighting from behind now. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Unreal! He manages to fight through the damage and clear the box to keep this comeback rolling. Squeezing every single bit of value out of those last few hit points. Aster still maintains a 2-round edge over Ignis. He's certainly making the most of that historical head-to-head lead. Aster is comfortably ahead, clutching a 3-round cushion. That's 3 of the last 4 rounds going his way. Aster asserts himself from the box for another effortless victory, completely shutting down any hope of a run from his opponent. He simply brushes him aside from the box to keep this streak rolling. What a scramble! He barely survives that firefight to put himself 1 round away from victory. Man, that was far too close for comfort. Absolute chaos in that final encounter, but Aster comes out on top to close it all out. He's just too polished today. Aster really put on a clinic and completely took over the server. Aster has held the upper hand in a massive 200 match history. It's actually surprising to see him struggle with the start of this one, especially after 3 wins in a row against this opponent. Ignis is now firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's currently sitting as the higher rated player on the ladder. Ignis is just blinking and it's over. He is putting on some serious pressure early on. Ignis pushes ahead again, leading the series 3-2. Still, a very closely fought battle between these two. Aster claws back to tie it all up at 3. He's certainly showing that higher rating on the ladder right now. He's completely flipped the script, claiming his 3rd straight round to take the lead. The momentum shift mirrors a rough day for Ignis across their other maps. He is simply too fast for Ignis, continuing this relentless run of form. Aster is simply refusing to let up, extending his current run to 5 straight. It's been a tough day for the favorite so far. Ignis finds his footing again, showing real grit to halt that collapse. He's definitely not letting the underdog status get to him. He is completely in control now, securing a 2nd straight victory to close out the half. Just in time to head into that break with a little more confidence. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, it's a very balanced start that fits exactly what we expected for this pair. Both players have looked dangerous in their respective streaks today. Time for a total reset. Aster sneaks ahead, edging it to a 7-6 lead. He's certainly an expert at playing the long game in these series. Aster has been overwhelmingly successful in their overall head-to-head matchups, winning about 56% of the time. It's really starting to look like his mental edge is paying off in this series. He's just not letting Ignis breathe right now. That was a wild scramble, but the momentum stays with Aster as he takes his 3rd straight. It's getting harder for the lower rated player to find a way back. Total authority from the lead player, strolling to another victory without taking a single point of damage. A sharp response here to keep things moving. The 23 seed is fighting hard to keep the score close. Another flawless snap, and he is seriously refusing to let this match slip away. He is really tightening the noose now, moving just 1 more round closer to closing this out. It's been a long day for Ignis, who's now dropped 4 straight maps to his rival. He's back on top and putting an enormous amount of pressure on his opponent right now. It's a pattern we've seen throughout the recent match history. What a finish! Aster secures the final round and walks away with the victory. He's just completely dominating this pair of rivals today, putting on a clinic across every map they've played. Aster holds a commanding 152 to 117 lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear Ignis has struggled to close out games against this specific opponent lately. We'll see if the early lead helps break that pattern. Ignis is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. He's definitely not letting this series go easily. Aster is really starting to put the pressure on now, seizing control of the series. The rank 14 spot is really starting to show its weight. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely shut down any hope of a comeback right now. A brutal exchange, but he manages to scrap through to keep that streak alive. The favorite is simply far too comfortable right now. A quick reaction there to get around back on the board. Aster has a strong 67% win rate on this specific layout. So yeah, that map control really seems to be fueling his confidence today. He's effectively shutting down any attempt at a recovery. We are completely deadlocked at 5-all. A massive turnaround compared to their last few maps together. Aster manages to clear him right off the ramp, keeping this set incredibly tight. That was a clean way to get the lead back. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. Things are playing out exactly as the experts predicted. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can use that 4-round streak from earlier to seize the momentum after the switch. Let's see who blinks first. Aster used that high ground on the ramp to slide right back into the lead. His recent form is just on another level lately. Both players are glued together at 7 apiece. He's definitely defying those lower win percentages today. Aster was quick to punish him for staying on the ramp, putting himself right back in control. Aster's now pushed a 2-round cushion in his favor. Ignis holds his ground from the window to keep this fight surprisingly close. He's putting up a real fight despite those 3 losses earlier today. Ignis is just not letting up, catching Aster on the ramp and pushing right back into the lead. A huge shift from the sweep he had in their previous maps today. Aster clings to a slim 1-point advantage here. Tough way to shake off the 21-23 run from today. Aster is looking way too sharp right now, keeping the rounds incredibly short and efficient. He's continuing to lean into that high win rate from his last 10 games. He's simply too fast today, and now just one more round secures the whole set. His consistency throughout this series has been impressive. What a finish! Aster shuts the door with a fierce burst to close out the match. Ignis fought harder than most would expect, but he just can't find a way to beat that guy today. Aster has completely owned this rivalry recently, having won their last 3 encounters. So seeing Ignis jump ahead in the first round is a bit surprising. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually break Aster's psychological hold on him today. Ignis is really cooking now, leading 2-1. He's really defying that recent slide from his last 10 games. These rounds are just flying by. Aster is really struggling to keep up with the pace right now. Hard to forget that Aster is the higher rated player here. Ignis keeps the momentum swinging with a 3-2 lead. He usually has the upper hand in their long-term history. Ignis really capitalized on that high ground and is starting to separate himself from Aster. That's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Ignis is putting on a clinic, now leading 4-3. He definitely has the better overall map history here. Ignis entered this series with a pretty rough stretch, sitting on a 20% win rate over his last 10 outings. It looks like he's completely shaken off those struggles today. He's managing to keep a steady lead despite those earlier losses this afternoon. Ignis is really making the most of that ramp, holding onto his lead for now. Looking at that rating gap, Aster really needs to pull it together. Unbelievable. He barely walked away from that exchange with a tiny sliver of health remaining. That is some seriously nerves of steel composure right there. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, everything is playing out exactly as expected so far. He's holding his ground and keeping this contest very competitive. What a response! A lightning fast shot that shows he's not backing down just yet. That's a really clean sequence of play for the favorite. He's completely erased that early deficit, bringing us back to a dead even stalemate. The higher seeded player is finally finding some stability in the server. The momentum has completely shifted as Aster pushes forward with a 3rd straight round win. It's starting to look like his standard level of play. A sharp response from Ignis to bring this back to a deadlock. He's really fighting back after taking those 3 straight losses earlier today. He's showing a lot of heart here, taking this round without taking a single point of damage. He's definitely proving why he's the higher seed today. He's staying aggressive and continuing this climb, refusing to let the opponent find any footing. A really commanding way to close out that exchange. Another flawless round for Aster, who looks completely untouchable right now. The gap in their raw skill is really starting to show. He's just completely taken over this series and now he's sitting on match point. What a closing sequence. Aster storms back to secure the series victory. He just couldn't find a way to stop that surge. Ignis put up a decent fight, but that final push was just too much to handle. Esther is coming in with a high 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's clear he has the momentum here, especially after taking 3 straight games against Ignis today. The real question is whether Ignis can actually shake that cycle. Ignis is completely taking over this match, walking away from that encounter without losing a single point of health. He's simply not letting up, extending his lead to a perfect 4 rounds. A total reversal from those early series we saw today. Aster finally answers back and gets a round on the board. He's definitely asserting that higher ladder ranking right now. Ignis is dominating, pushing this set to 5-1. The overall head-to-head stats definitely lean the other way. Ignis is currently making his struggle with a 20% recent win rate look like a distant memory. It's impressive to see him ignore the long losing streak and simply dictate the pace of this encounter. Ignis is just relentless, extending that lead to 6-2. He certainly got a target on his back after those previous matches. Aster claws back a bit, making it 6-3 now. The overall historical head-to-head advantage is starting to weigh in here. He is on fire now, completing a hat-trick of rounds to keep the pressure on. Just a few more rounds before we hit that halftime mark. Ignis takes this one with an effortless shot, stepping back into the lead. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the intermission. I mean, everything is playing out just as we expected from the favorite. He's holding a narrow advantage, but the map is still very much up for grabs. Fresh start for both. Ignis pulls further ahead, widening the gap to 8-5. Looking for some payback after those 3 losses earlier today? Ignis is really cruising now with a 9-5 lead. He's really shaking off the frustration from those earlier losses. He's absolutely on a roll, moving into a double-digit lead. The higher seed is starting to even look vulnerable. He's just not slowing down, keeping that streak alive for a 4th consecutive win. He's making the ratings difference look irrelevant. He just can't be stopped, taking a 5th straight round to reach the finish line. Total shutdown from the opponent in these later rounds. What a way to close it out. Ignis secures a dominant victory to take the series. He absolutely tore through those final rounds, proving that today's early setbacks weren't the whole story. Esther enters this map with a strong 67% win rate, but he's clearly struggling to translate that confidence into the current series. It'll be interesting to see if he can recover his footing after dropping those early exchanges. Ignis is really putting the squeeze on Aster right now. He's a higher rated talent on the ladder for a reason. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Ignis is just simply faster to the trigger right now. He's managing to erase that long-term head-to-head deficit quite quickly. Ignis holds a slim 3-2 lead heading into round 6. Just a flicker of the dominance we usually see from him. Ignis pulls even further ahead, now leading 4-2. A tough spot for the higher rated man in this set. Ignis has really shifted the tide in their head-to-head rivalry recently. Well, it's a massive contrast to that historic 154-118 advantage Esther holds. He needs to find a way to break this momentum before it's too late. Ignis is just running away with this 6-3. He's really shaking off the rust from that 2024 day. The gap is starting to look quite significant. Esther really needs to find a way to slow this momentum down. Ignis is absolutely crushing it, sitting pretty at 7-4. The rank 14 man is finally starting to push back. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the momentum is exactly where we expected it to be. He's comfortably controlling this half and seems completely unfazed by Aster's higher global rank. Time for Esther to wake up. Ignis is just untouchable, surging ahead to 9-4. That was an incredibly fast exchange. The underdog is putting on a clinic here. Ignis is practically out of reach at 10-4. The higher seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Aster manages to pick up a round, but he still has a steep climb ahead of him. That matches a much more consistent run from the 14th seed lately. Ignis is just completely in control here. It's becoming a real struggle for Aster to put together any kind of sequence. He withstands the pressure of a heavy exchange to put himself in a prime position to close this out. Absolute madness. Aster claws back around with barely any health left after that frantic war. He really refused to go down with that sliver of health. He's keeping the dream alive with another fast response to keep his hopes afloat. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this set. He's not letting up now, securing a flawless third round in a row. The pressure is shifting completely as the tide turns. He's in unbelievable form, extending his streak to 4 and making this a genuine fight. His high ladder ranking is finally starting to show. What a finish! Ignis shuts the door completely to secure the victory. Aster really pushed him to the limit there, but that late charge just ran out of steam. He had to work for that. Aster comes into this with a very strong 67% win rate on this specific map. It's an impressive track record that gives him a clear confidence edge. Let's see if Ignis can actually shake that historical pressure today. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's proved he can take the rounds today, given their recent history. Ignis really needs to step up his pace. Those last few rounds were over in a flash. Aster is just dominating, taking a massive 4-1 lead. Aster looks every bit the favorite here. A hard-fought exchange, but Ignis manages to pull through to close the gap. He's proving that the pre-match predictions aren't everything. Aster's using the ramp effectively here, putting some serious pressure on Ignis as he pulls ahead. A tough set of results to overcome given their matches earlier today. Aster is just too sharp today, and that ramp fight completely broke Ignis' momentum. He seems to have the upper hand in their overall history. The momentum swings back violently as he secures another quick victory. Aster shuts things down again, clawing back the lead with a tough encounter. The rating gap is starting to look a lot more significant here. A lightning fast reaction there as he secures his 5th straight victory. Ignis has struggled to keep this one close today. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. And honestly, the underdog is completely rewriting the script here. He's making the most of his map advantage and Ignis just can't find any answers. Ignis needs a fast response here. Aster has the overall advantage in their rivalry with a 56% head-to-head win rate. That long-term dominance is really showing through right now. It's a stark contrast to their earlier games today where Ignis seemed to have the edge. Aster is just a wall right now, answering every single push Ignis makes. Aster quickly shuts the door on that small comeback, putting himself a single round away from victory. He's really making his status as the favorite felt right now. What a read from Ignis, snatching that victory by clearing him off the ramp. A massive confidence booster for the trailing player right there. And there it is, Aster wins the duel with a final gritty exchange. Just a complete display of skill throughout. He clearly had his number today on Redline. Aster is showing why he has won 57% of their all-time meetings. He's looked really sharp across their last few clashes, so yeah, it seems like he has the mental edge in this series today. Ignis has fought back to tie things up. He's coming into this with a solid 24 wins today. Ignis is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. A tough spot for the higher ranked player right now. It's a real toss-up right now, and these early rounds are simply flying by. The ladder position for Aster is definitely showing through. Aster claws back to take a slim 3-2 lead. He's firmly in control of a much better spot in the ladder rankings. He's just not missing right now, taking full command of the map with that triple round surge. The top 15 ranking is looking justified here. Ignis puts a fast stop to that run, getting a clean look at the head. He's showing he can definitely handle the pressure against a top 15 opponent. Aster has been on a bit of a tear lately, coming in with a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to slow him down before the gap widens. He's absolutely crushing it right now, claiming another untouched round to pull away to a 4-round lead. Ignis takes this one unscathed, keeping the pressure up as we head into the final round of the half. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, the underdog is comfortably on top here. He's completely outplaying the favorite to make this a really one-sided first half. Time for a total reset. Ignis earns one back, cutting the deficit to 5-8. It's definitely a tighter battle than we expected. Aster pushes the lead back to 4 rounds. He has a strong history on this particular map. Ignis is keeping this very competitive. He's definitely making a stand to prevent Aster from closing this out quickly. Another effortless round for Ignis as he continues to close the gap. Aster uses the high ground to answer back, extending his lead to 3. That was an incredibly quick response to reclaim a lead. He is refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high with a perfectly timed shot. A really gritty performance from the lower seed so far. He's simply too fast right now, continuing a surge that's brought him right back into the fight. Aster keeps his composure and handles the engagement perfectly from the ramp. He's clearly feeling comfortable against this particular opponent. Ignis continues to put up a fight, securing another flawless round to keep himself in the mix. Aster regains the lead, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. The momentum is clearly shifting back to the veteran side. Unbelievable. Aster digs deep and secures the final kill to close out the series. Ignis really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. He had to work for that. Aster really liked that vantage point, quickly grabbing the lead with a sharp shot from the box. Aster usually carries a massive advantage in their history, leading 156 to 119 in head-to-head wins. It's a humbling gap for Ignis, but he's already proved he can outplay the favorite today. This is a very interesting psychological battle. Aster is just cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's really putting that recent run of form on display. Ignis is refusing to back down, keeping this tie incredibly tight as we head into the next one. His recent form is typically a lot stronger than what we've seen. Aster maintains a 2-round cushion as they restart, coming off an incredibly tough stretch in their previous 2 meetings. Ignis is hanging tough, trailing by just a single point. It's a tight fight for that number 14 spot on the ladder. Aster just reacts way faster, dragging him right off that box to extend the gap. That's a highly efficient start for the favored player. Aster has really found his footing today, taking an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It shows in the way he's commanding the pace right now. If Ignis can't disrupt that momentum, he's going to find himself in a deep hole very quickly. A complete shutdown as he picks Aster off the box before the break. He's managing to fight back despite those recent losses in the series. Aster holds an 8-4 lead as we swap sides. I mean, he's completely ignoring the favorite status given to Ignis. He's playing exactly to his 65% map win rate right now. Time for Ignis to wake up. Aster is putting on a clinic, sitting at 9-4. The higher rated competitor is just too consistent right now. Aster is just run away now, stretching it to 10-4. It's a tough afternoon for the number 24 seed. Aster continues to swarm, securing another victory from the box. The gap in their ratings is starting to feel very real. He's simply on another level right now, barely taking any damage as he puts himself one step away from victory. Absolute lockdown on this side of the map. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the dream alive. Ignis is digging deep and refusing to let this slip away. And there it is. Aster seals the deal and takes the win. Just an absolute blowout of a set. Poor Ignis looked completely lost out there today. Aster carries a strong 67% all-time win rate into this series. That's especially imposing when you consider how dominant he's been in their recent matchups. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually break through that wall today. Aster is really taking control here, picking Ignis right off those boxes to keep the momentum rolling. Just a stark contrast to how the earlier rounds went. Aster shuts him down from the boxes, extending his lead to 3 rounds straight. The rank 14 spot is really making its presence felt here. Ignis manages to secure the response, keeping things tight at 3-all. He really needed to shake off that losing streak from earlier today. Total deadlock now. Ignis has finally clawed back. He's definitely playing a different game than in those last few meetings. Aster just edges ahead, taking a narrow 4-3 lead. He's had the better of their most recent encounters. We've got ourselves a real toss-up here. These two are mirroring each other's every move. He's really putting that rank 24 status to the test. Aster keeps the lead by a single round. He's played a ton of games today, and it's paying off. Aster has put up a solid 26-18 record today. It's a clear contrast to how Ignis has been struggling with his own results. I wonder if the gap in confidence is starting to widen here. Ignis is really sharpening up, catching Aster right as he tried to hold that ramp. The head-to-head record shows a huge gap in their overall history. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, this is basically exactly what we expected to see given how close these two have been today. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis takes the lead, putting the pressure on Aster. The momentum shift is palpable after those dominant losses in their previous maps. And just like that, we are back to a dead heat at 7 apiece. That was an incredibly quick reset for the favorite. Aster's on a tear now, putting together some seriously fast exchanges to build his advantage. A tough stretch for the underdog right now. Ignis reacts faster this time, dragging Aster right off that ramp to keep things dead even. What a chaotic exchange! Both players were nearly depleted, but he managed to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. And we're locked at 9 apiece. Absolutely nail-biting stuff. This is a huge turnaround for Ignis after those tough losses earlier today. Aster pulls ahead just a bit, leading 10-9. His overall history against this opponent is certainly starting to look like a factor. Aster is really turning up the heat, putting a lot of pressure on Ignis right now. The higher seed is really starting to distance himself. He's absolutely on fire now, standing on the verge of closing this out. The higher seed is simply outclassing him at this point. A huge response from Ignis, who refused to let the match end just like that. The underdog has a surprising amount of grit in this series. Unbelievable. Aster closes out the final duel to secure the map victory. He's really proving to be a nightmare for him lately. Ignis fought so hard to stay in this one, but it just wasn't enough. He had to work for that. Aster is comfortably ahead in the all-time head-to-head with 158 wins. It makes that opening round victory a bit more surprising considering how frequently he has controlled this rivalry. Now we just have to see if Ignis can maintain this early pressure. Aster shuts that down quickly from the ramp, keeping himself right in the thick of it. He definitely isn't feeling the pressure of those recent losses. Ignis is absolutely rolling with a commanding 3-1 lead. Ignis is just dominating this set, sitting at 4-1. He's managing to flip the script after losing those last 3 sets. Aster keeps his composure, securing another round to cut the gap. That quick response is exactly why he's the slight favorite today. He's showing a lot of grit, clawing back yet another round to keep this match close. The higher ladder ranking is definitely starting to play a role. Absolutely incredible recovery. He has completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Pure efficiency from the man with the higher rank today. Ignis answers back immediately to reclaim the lead. Ignis is really fighting through that recent slump against him. A perfect shot from Aster, keeping the pressure high as he levels the score. Both players are completely locked in right now. Aster puts on a great display of resilience, picking him off the ramp to take the lead. He's effectively shut down the ramp for the second straight time. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it looks like his hot streak is carrying over. Ignis started strong, but Aster's superior map win rate is really starting to show through right now. Time for a reset. Aster Edge is ahead again, holding a narrow 1-round lead. It's a welcome change of pace, given his struggle in their last few games. A brutal trade of shots where he somehow emerges on top to extend his lead. He's certainly looking comfortable with that lead. That's a totally clean sequence to keep the momentum swinging his way. Just as the higher seed usually expects to do in this spot. He's simply untouchable right now, walking away from this one without taking a single point of damage. He just can't be stopped, extending that streak to 4 straight. This looks exactly like the blowout results we've seen him post recently. Ignis finally answers back, picking him off the ramp to halt that momentum. He's trying to put a dent in that dominant run from today. Ignis is making a stand, putting the pressure back on Aster after those heavy losses earlier. He's really shaking off those tough losses from earlier today. Aster puts on a show of strength, securing another win from the ramp to move within striking distance of the victory. The gap in their overall skill seems wide open right now. What a performance! Aster shuts him down on the Tetris to secure a stunning victory. He's really hitting his stride today, putting a huge exclamation point on this series with a massive win. Aster has historically dominated this pairing with 159 total wins over Ignis. It is surprising to see him struggle this early given how comfortably he won their most recent encounter. We have to see if he can shake off these early nerves. Ignis is really starting to pull ahead at 2-1. A real shift in energy compared to those last few matches. The back and forth is real. We've got a dead heat here after 4 rounds. Tough break for a player who has struggled so much lately. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life with a tiny sliver of health after that chaotic exchange. He's really asserting himself as the higher rated player today. And we are completely locked up at 3-all. Things are looking very different than that last series of games. Ignis takes the lead and now holds a 4-3 edge. A surprising turn given his strong form over the last 10 games. He's on a tear now, putting together a strong 3-round surge to extend the lead. A stark contrast to the higher seed's recent form. Aster gets the response he needed, quickly cutting into that narrow deficit. It's clear he's trying to regain a foothold in this match. Ignis is really rewriting the script here. Considering he went 18-26 across his other matches today, it's a complete turnaround from his usual struggle against Aster. If he can keep this momentum, we might be looking at a massive upset. Ignis holds an 8-4 advantage as we head into the break. Well, he's proving he belongs in this matchup. He just needs to keep this lead steady to secure the win. Time to see if Aster responds. Ignis is just relentless, pushing the lead to 9-4. Aster's usual edge on this map just isn't showing up. Aster claws one back, but Ignis still leads 9-5. His higher rating is starting to play a role here. Ignis is simply outplaying him in these quick exchanges, reacting far faster than Aster can keep up with. Ignis is putting immense pressure on Aster right now, and those last few engagements have been incredibly fast. The momentum has completely swung back to him, and now he's just one step away from victory. What an incredible finish! Ignis closes it out and secures the victory. He's finally broken that losing streak against the top tier competition, just a total dominance of the map here. Esther has won 57% of their total encounters. You know, it's interesting because those numbers clearly favor the high-ranked player, yet Ignis seems to be the one keeping their cool today. I wonder if the favorite can actually turn this around. Ignis is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. The number 14 seed is looking a bit shaken right now. Both players are swapping rounds back and forth, making this a real toss-up right now. Unbelievable grit from Aster. He was nearly out of it, but managed to dig deep and survive with a sliver of health. The higher seed is starting to exert his will here. What a scramble! Ignis manages to scrape through that fight, evening things up at 3-3. He's certainly proving to be a tough opponent today. Ignis pulls ahead, putting the pressure on Aster. He's really making a statement after that dominant win on Italy P. He's just unstoppable right now, taking total control of this match. It's a surprising turn given his usual historical advantage. Goodness, that was a total brawl. Aster barely walked away from that exchange alive. It's worth noting he's had the better side of their long-term rivalry. And we are deadlocked at 5 apiece. The 14th spot on the ladder is starting to assert himself. An absolute shutout to close out the set. He's completely taken over the pace of this match. His recent performance across the board today has been much steadier. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. This matches the forecast perfectly as both guys are playing at their peak. I'll be watching to see who blinks first during the second half. Clean slate for both of them. Ignis has reclaimed the lead, sitting at 7-6. Really showing a surprising amount of consistency today. Aster answers right back, making it a 7-7 stalemate. Both guys are completely in sync as we move deeper into the set. Aster is starting to build some serious forward momentum here, taking control of the flow. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, walking away without a scratch. The 14th seed is starting to look a lot more comfortable. He barely claws this one out, surviving a desperate firefight with almost nothing left. The overall numbers suggest he's struggling to keep up in the long run. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and he comes out on top to tie the series up. He's making it very difficult for the favorite to find an answer. Aster edges ahead, holding a narrow 10-9 advantage. It's a better look for him than that blowout loss on Italy. The momentum is shifting entirely toward Aster, who is starting to look like he has the upper hand here. Ignis just tightened the gap perfectly. He is not letting that lead slip away easily. Aster puts on a clinic there, moving just one step away from victory. What a finish! Aster shuts the door and secures the victory. He really needed a rebound after that disaster on Italy, and he finally found his footing on Orange. What a battle! Esther enters this series with a clear advantage, boasting a 67% all-time win rate compared to Ignis. Well, it's interesting to see that gap in experience since he's normally the one controlling these encounters. I wonder if that overall quality will start to show as the game progresses. He's simply too fast right now, taking a commanding early lead. Aster really needs to shake this off after that rough start. The pressure just keeps mounting as he secures a 4th straight round. Things look completely different than they did in the last few meetings. He's just completely untouchable right now, making it a total shutout. Despite being higher rated on the ladder, he's just not firing. He is just making this look easy, claiming a perfect start to the game. The number 13 on the ladder is really feeling the heat. A sharp reaction there to finally get a round on the board. He's been the more successful side in their overall history together. Ignis is moving opposite to his recent form where he's managed only a 30% win rate over his last 10 games. It's a surprising shift in energy since he's been struggling so much lately. We have to see if this lead is actually sustainable. Ignis puts him right back in his place, taking him straight off the box for another round. Ignis is dominating the pace, sitting comfortably at 9-2. He's really shaking his confidence after the loss on Blame Orange. Ignis heads into the break with a massive 10-2 lead. I mean, he was expected to be the stronger player here, but this is an absolute rout. Esther needs a total reset to get back into this. Let's see if the trend holds. Ignis just keeps the pressure on, clearing him right off the box to push his lead even further. The favorite is just completely falling apart today. A brutal response from Ignis, shutting down that brief rally to put himself one step from victory. It's just been a nightmare for his side since the restart. And that's it. Ignis finishes the map with a clean look from the box to seal a huge victory. Just an incredible turnaround from the lower seeded player. He's completely erased that memory of their previous encounter on the orange map.